Welcome to Oriole Park at Camden Yards as the Red Sox and Baltimore Orioles play Game 2 of a 3-game series. Welcome inside the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo along with Jerry Remy. Welcome to Red Sox baseball. Very frustrating loss here last night for the Red Sox. They were shut out by the O's. Change to the Red Sox lineup tonight as part of our Chevy key player. Back in as A.J. Pierzynski.
Well, see, trying to find somebody to talk about that's going to be hot in this lineup, and you hope it's A.J. Pierzynski, only on his track record, what he's done here at Camden Yards. You can see that he's had a very good career here with a .337 average, 5 home runs and 20 RBIs, having a very good season at .273 for the Red Sox with 4 home runs and 27 RBIs. And, look, this lineup is struggling right now, and it's looking for anything possible to get it motivated and get it started. And maybe A.J. Pierzynski is the answer because he's had success here against the Orioles.
One guy who does have it started is Brock Holt. With more, here's Gary Streisky.
Yeah, guys, it's more Brock and roll. I know we've beat the Brock Holt drum quite a bit during this season while he's on his hot streak, moving from the left side of the infield to first base, now to the outfield, to left field specifically. And our Geico quote today, John Farrell, not limiting that position specifically to Brock Holt.
When we first started to get the outfield reads in place, we started with him in center field and then moved him to left. So wouldn't be hesitant to put him in center if the situation called for it. If we get into a late inning situation where, let's say, we end up pinch hitting and we end up moving him to center field, those are all possibilities that we would be open to right now. If we put him in a different spot, it's not a roadblock to the other parts of the game. He doesn't think of it as an obstacle. He goes out and embraces it and plays the game as his instincts would call for.
To piggyback off what Farrell was saying, you've seen it on the field for yourself. Every position that Brock Holt is assigned to play, he's adapted to quite efficiently. And, of course, Ben Cherington saying when Shane Victorino comes back to that outfield, should be able to supplement it so it doesn't just have to be Brock Holt for now.
All right, Gary, thanks very much. Well, the Red Sox, Brandon Workman will try to quiet the bats of the Baltimore Orioles, who homered 3 times last night. We're back with first pitch from Camden Yards right after this. Toyota's website for deals via Toyota.com. Dunkin' Donuts, your Audi dealers of New England. Brought to you in part by Vermont Cows, working hard to bring you the best dairy. Learn more at VermontDairy.com. And by your New England Subaru dealers. Welcome back to Oriole Park at Camden Yards as the Red Sox and the Orioles get ready for Game 2 of this 3-game series. The Orioles have taken the field tonight, so let's check out the Red Sox starting lineup tonight that has Brock Holt at the top of the order once again for Boston. He'll be in left field with Xander Bogaerts at third base. Dustin Pedroia at second base bats third. David Ortiz, the DH, in the cleanup spot. Mike Napoli at first base. Daniel Nava is in right field. As we told you, A.J. Brzezinski back in the lineup tonight for Boston, with Grady Sizemore in center field batting eighth, and Jonathan Herrera, who's hit at .412 in the last 6 games, bats ninth. Tonight's Orioles starting pitcher presented to you by New England Nissan dealers. Chris Tillman's 14th start of the year, 5-2 with a 5.20 earned run average, 55 strikeouts, 32 walks, and opponents hitting at .264 against him. Got roughed up last time out against the Texas Rangers. Took the loss, lasted just an inning, giving up 6 hits and 5 runs. So Brock Holt to lead it off here for the Red Sox in the top of the first inning. And from the stretch out of the gate is Chris Hillman. His first pitch is going to miss high for ball 1.
He's been kind of tough on the Red Sox throughout his career. He is 5-2 with a 2.86 ERA as we look at Brock Holt's numbers on the season. He has faced the Red Sox twice this year, 1 no decision, 1 win.
Oh, good record coming in, but a tough outing last time out, trying to right the ship here against the Red Sox. We saw Bud Norris really take it to the Red Sox last night. As here's a grounder for Holt by the dive of Davis at first base into right field, and Brock Holt is aboard. We got a 10-game hitting streak is Brock Holt.
Let's take a look at the Orioles defense. They are third in the league with 33 errors in 62 games. Manny Machado at third base, J.J. Hardy the shortstop, Ryan Flaherty at second, and Chris Davis the first baseman. Left to right, Nelson Cruz, David Lowe, and Nick Markakis, and Joseph doing the catching for Tillman.
So lead runner on here for the Red Sox in Brock Holt, who has got himself a 10-game hitting streak, had it coming in .415 batting average in the last 9 games. Now it is Bogaerts to right field, but Nick Markakis is out there waiting, and he puts it away for the first out. 1 out and 1 on as we check out the umpiring crew tonight. The crew chief, Brian Gorman, behind the plate, calling the balls and strikes, with Tony Randazzo at first base, David Rackley at second base, and Will Little is the umpire at third. 1 on, 1 out. Here is Dustin Pedroia. .271, 3 homers and 21 runs batted in. First inning has been a problem for Tillman. And certainly last time out only pitched an inning. Red Sox trying to get to him here in the first. Dustin, like many of the Red Sox, very quiet here last night, as Pedroia went 0 for 4 in the game here last night. It's a ground ball towards second, could be 2. Flaherty to second for 1, on to first, it is 2. And Tillman has a good first inning, as it turns out tonight. Orioles are coming up. Off in right field with Manny Machado at third base, who was suspended today but appealing that suspension. Adam Jones, the DH, with Chris Davis at first base. Nelson Cruz in left with J.J. Hardy, the all-star at shortstop. It is David Lowe back at center field. Caleb Joseph doing the catching, batting eighth, as Matt Wieters is still out for the O's. And Ryan Flaherty, the Maine native, at second base for Baltimore, bats ninth. Tonight's Red Sox starting pitcher presented by New England Audi dealers. Experience the all-new 2015 Audi A3 today. Brendan Workman makes his 7th appearance of the year, 4th start without a record. 3.74 earned run average, and opponent's hitting at .215 against the right-hander. Nick Markakis leading it off for Baltimore and taking ball one. Well, tonight's Cold Hard Facts are brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Nick Markakis hitting at .417, 5 runs. 3 doubles and an RBI in the first inning this season. There's a ground ball to third base, picked there by Bogarts, who was swung over towards the shortstop spot, and Markakis retired.
The Red Sox defense is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. They are 7th in the league with 36 errors on the season. Xander Bogaerts at third base, Jonathan Herrera the shortstop, Dustin Pedroia at second, and Mike Napoli, the first baseman, left to right. Brock Holt, Grady Sizemore, Daniel Nava, and A.J. Przinsky doing the catching for Workman.
One down here in the bottom of the first inning. Manny Machado, the batter. Ended a 5-game suspension today, but appealing that suspension after the activity that took place here over the weekend with the Oakland A's. Machado at .229, 4 homers and 11 runs batted in. Buck Showalter was out in between innings to talk to the home plate umpire Brian Gorman. Tough to tell what he wanted.
Yeah, it was no, it was not an argument by any means. A conversation he was having with Gorman, the home plate umpire, but hard to tell what that might have been about.
Fly ball to center field, sends Sizemore back and over, and Grady will get there for the second out. The fans, you can test your Red Sox IQ right now. The MLB Preplay mobile app. Download for free and start predicting every at-bat of every Red Sox game all season. Tonight, Preplay predicts Brandon Workman will go 5 1/3 innings, allowing 3 earned runs, 5 hits, 3 walks, and strikeout 4. Conversation in between innings with Buck Showalter and Brian Gorman. Again, as Jerry mentioned, never got heated, but it was an extended conversation. It's almost like look out for something. Not sure what he was after, though.
Probably showing him directions to a very good restaurant where to go after.
Here's Adam Jones with 2 down. He spins out of the box. Jones at .305, 10 home runs and 39 runs batted in. Adam Jones last night hitting the 150th career home run. And look at his June, which has been very good. Heating up as the weather heats up. And he fights this off on the ground at first base. Napoli's going to need help, and Workman is there for the out that ends the inning. A 1-2-3 first for Workman. We'll get you second best when we come back. Baltimore come down pretty hard right now as David Ortiz stands in to lead it off here in the second inning. Ortiz, Napoli, and Nava scheduled to bat in the inning as Ortiz lifts one out to left field. Playable for Nelson Cruz out there in left, and he'll put it away. He'll send it down to Gary Streisky.
Here comes the rain, guys. Here also comes tonight's poll presented by Scion TC. Which second place AL team is the best? Sox 1 for the Baltimore Orioles, Sox 2 for the Indians, or Sox 3 for the LA Angels. Text your answer to 536-536. Message and data rates, those may apply. Text help if you need it. Visit NESN.com/terms for all the legal stuff, guys.
All right, thanks very much. As one out here in the second inning brings us to Mike Napoli. Crowd scampering here for cover underneath and in the concourse areas. Very humid day today in Baltimore. Some have the ponchos out, ready to go. Here comes some real rain now, Jerry.
Yeah.
It was raining before. Now this is big league rain.
Yeah, this is real rain.
And Brian Gorman is going to pull the tarp here at Camden Yards. So with one out here in the second inning, the rain comes and in bunches right now. And it just started as the inning began. They had the tarp out kind of on the field for a while earlier today when it was raining in the area, and then they thought they'd be okay. Groundskeeper out here with the Brian Gorman going over what the forecast is. And right now there's a real ominous cloud above. Not sure what's behind it. I'm sure that's what they're investigating right now.
Yeah, they've been, they've been forming all afternoon here in the Baltimore area. And as you mentioned, Don, it's been a very warm, humid day here. And generally, when you're in Baltimore, you can count on a shower or a thunderstorm on these type of days. Checking the radar right there, and they're going to continue to cover the field.
Well, raining hard here in Baltimore. We will step aside.
offensively, we just haven't clicked in any sort of consistent way. We've been in most games because we're running pretty good pitchers out there most often, whether it's the starters or the bullpen. They're mostly keeping us in games. We just haven't clicked offensively, and I can't point to one thing for the reason. We know we got to get better, and we believe we will, but we're not there yet.
Well, Ben Cherington meeting with the media before the game, back underway here. It's 2-0 now to Napoli as a 15-minute rain delay here tonight to begin the second inning after David Ortiz had flied out to left field for the first out of the inning, and Napoli hitting at .265. Low and away, and a 4-pitch walk to Mike Napoli. So Tillman gets his rhythm messed with a little bit with that 15-minute rain delay, and now Napoli down to first base with 1 out. Here comes Daniel Nava batting in the 6th spot tonight at 174 with 2 homers and 3 runs batted in.
Now, certainly Napoli isn't the kind of guy that's going to run, but those who do not against Tillman. 1 last year, none this year. That's incredible.
In there for strike 1 to Nava. Nava getting a start last night, 1 for 2 with a double and a walk. So they have worked on the field here, both at home plate and on the mound, also a little bit at first base. And Tillman was out there as they did the work at the base of the hill. Dave Wallace, pitching coach for the O's. Napoli with a short lead at first. Up and away for ball 2.
Now, certainly the length of the rain delay should not have an effect on either pitcher in this game. And Tillman has come back here a little bit wild here in the second inning. The walk to Napoli, now falling behind 2 balls and 1 strike to Daniel Nava.
Nava's been hot, 5 for his last 10 as that pitch misses badly again. He's out of sorts here since the return. 3-1 the count. Orioles infield a double play depth with 1 out, a runner at first. They've already turned 1 double play tonight. That was in the first inning. Nava pops it up. Machado into foul ground, heads over towards the seats and will not have a play. Berkshire Bank, America's most exciting bank. Visit berkshirebank.com or one of our locations in New England and New York to discover how big bank resources combined with small bank attention can help you find your exciting moments. Life is exciting. Let Berkshire Bank help. 1 out, 1 on, and Daniel Nava with a count of 3-2. Nava down the right field line, bending foul. And ahead of that, got pretty good contact, but a foul ball to the right of the line.
Yeah, this is a guy, Daniel Nava, where the Red Sox desperately hope that he can start to get hot because he lengthens the lineup out and gives them some consistency in the outfield. He knows very quickly that ball is going to go into foul territory. Hit very well, but in the wrong direction.
Nava batting now. Brzezinski waiting on deck. To right field, Nick Markakis moves over and makes the catch for the second out of the inning. Want to throw out a ceremonial first pitch this Saturday? Create and post an original Instagram video that showcases your best and most creative windup via a public Instagram account with the hashtag SoxSocial for your chance to win. Fans must enter by 9 p.m. tomorrow night. For complete rules, visit redsox.com/SoxSocial. 2 outs. Napoli at first base and A.J. Pierzynski the batter. He'll take strike one. Tillman trying to find his bearings here after returning after the brief rain delay of 15 minutes. Rain starting to fall again. Pierzynski lines it to left field, a base hit. Nelson Cruz coming into play. Is taking second base is Napoli on the single by A.J. Pierzynski with 2 outs.
Well, we talked in the open tonight about Pierzynski's success here in Camden Yards, and it continues with the line drive to the opposite field. A fastball right down the middle, the inside out swing by Pierzynski, and he picks up the base hit. So the Red Sox do get Napoli in the scoring position with 2 outs. And you're right, Don. It's starting to rain pretty good again.
2 down, 2 on. Grady Sizemore batting out of the number 8 spot in center field. He'll take ball 1 a little bit high.
You see not much movement on the fastball from Tillman. Pretty much a cross-seam fastball, curveball, changeup.
Sizemore fouls it off. He's really struggled with runners in scoring position. 0 for his last 13. Napoli at second. Pierzynski at first. 2 down here in the second inning. Rain falling in Baltimore. Not close. Up and away. 2-1. Sizemore so far 2 for 19 on the road trip. He's had plenty of playing time on this trip. Takes a 2-1 for ball 3. Another close pitch that time, but called the ball a little bit high. 3-1. Raining as hard now as it did when they actually had the tarp on the field. Ball 4. The bases are loaded with 2 down in the inning. Second walk given up by Tillman in the inning. So a chance here for the Red Sox to do some damage with Jonathan Herrera coming up.
Yeah, he's had a couple of games this year where he's walked 5 guys in the game. He's got 2 now already here in the second inning.
Bases filled with Red Sox. 2 down here in the second. Jonathan Herrera, 241. No homers and 7 runs batted in. High for ball 1. That time it's a strike. Still up in the strike zone, but it's 1-1.
Yeah, tried something different that time. Went to the changeup at 83 miles an hour to pick up a strike.
High and tight that time. 2-1. They're 1 for 1 this season with the bases loaded. 2 for 15 in his career with the bases filled. Napoli at third base, Pierzynski at second, and Sizemore at first. 2 down here in the second inning. Swing and a miss, and Herrera can't catch up to it. 2-2.
As that change up again. Again, it's not down in the zone, it's up in the zone, but the off speed's enough to fool Herrera.
Herrera strikes out. Tillman gets out of the jam. Red Sox cannot score. We're scoreless from Baltimore. And on 93.7 WEI-FM. DNC presented by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. They're adding drying agent everywhere on the field right now, especially the right side of the infield and around the home plate area as they're continuing to play through this rain right now. And that's the option for the moment as Chris Davis, Nelson Cruz, J.J. Hardy coming to bat. Already had a 15-minute rain delay and play through this rain right now as Brandon Workman goes to work on his cleats on the back of the hill. Davis sitting at 234 as he stands in against Workman. And there for strike one. Did some work on the right side, but it does look like there's some water that is gathering there, some standing water.
Yeah, Gorman went out to check with the Workman to see if the mound was okay, and he said yes, it was fine. But of course, that's changing momentarily because the rain is really coming down now.
Oh, 0-2 pitch to Chris Davis. Up high for ball one. It'll be a long night tonight in Baltimore. Drops in there for strike three. Davis takes it. Well, the first out here of the second inning. First strikeout for Workman. Let's check in with Gary.
Well, guys, as the rain clouds continue to hover over Camden Yards, two players currently playing under the cloud of appeal right now. As they bring the players in. Brandon Workman, of course, making his second start since being suspended by MLB for throwing behind Evan Longoria, telling me that he expects a conference call with New York headquarters on Friday for the extent of that appeal. Manny Machado, of course, being suspended 5 games by MLB today for his incidents on Sunday versus the Athletics, guys.
All right, Gary. Well, the Tarp is coming back onto the field once again. Already had one delay. We're going to have another with this game scoreless from Camden Yards. Back with more after this. contest tonight, about ready to get back underway with one out here in the bottom of the second inning. Don Orsillo, Jerry Remy, and Gary Streisky here at Camden Yards in Baltimore for the second game of this 3-game series. Scoreless game with one out, and Nelson Cruz was about to come up when the rain started here again in Baltimore, and they put the tarp on the field. This time a much longer rain delay than the first one. And Brandon Workman back on the mound. A bit of a surprise there, Jerry, but this long of a rain delay to have him come back out again, somewhat surprising, I think.
It is, Don. I was curious to see what they were going to do. We saw Capuano loosening up in the bullpen area, but to not throw. And then we got a glimpse of Workman in the Red Sox dugout, so it meant that he was coming back out. And actually, he didn't throw that many pitches prior to this game getting started again. We'll see how it affects him.
He's got to ramp it up again here with one out in the second inning. Nelson Cruz coming up. Cruz at 303 with 21 home runs, 55 runs batted in. Cruz, the major league leader in home runs, with 21 to start the night. Edwin Encarnacion second with 20. The league leader in the National League, Giancarlo Stanton and Troy Tulowitzki, both have 17 as Workman misses outside with ball one, and we are back underway again. .118 is the delay, an hour and 18 minutes, the second delay.
It actually stopped raining about a half hour ago, but it took a long time to get the field ready. The infield was very, very muddy, so they had to do a lot of work on the infield area to get this prepared to play again.
Check at first, he didn't go. This is Tony Randazzo, and it's 2-1. Workman had struck out the first batter this inning in Chris Davis to start the inning. 2-1 to Cruz is a little short fly ball to center field. In comes Sizemore on the run, and he barely catches it. Almost came out, but he makes the grab. Nicely done by Sizemore.
And it looks like he wasn't sure that he was going to catch up to it, and then he goes into the slide to make sure he can make the catch. And all the way in that, what a snow cone. Snow cone right there. Going into the slide, making the catch right at the edge of the webbing of the glove and able to hold on to it. That outfield very, very wet right now after all the rain that came down, and hard.
Two down here in the second inning for J.J. Hardy. 291, no homers, and 15 runs batted in for Hardy. Jumping back out of the way as he takes ball 2-0. Hardy 0 for his last 10 as David Lowe waits on deck for the O's. He's spending a good amount of time in behind the mound there and trying to get the mud from underneath his cleats and the drying agent. There's a lot of it out on that mound. 2-0 pitch on the ground as Herrera, charging and on the run, throws out Hardy. We have played 2 for Baltimore. No score.
One of your favorite away ballparks, and here's another reason to like it, because simply put, it helps the home cause. During that rain delay, Brandon Workman was actually able to stay loose in the indoor batting cages, and you might think, well, was it big enough to throw from 60 feet on a mound? In this case, yes, this is one of the few away ballparks that the away batting cage has a full mound and is 60 feet, so Brandon Workman was able to throw more realistic game-like pitches to stay loose.
Well, he stays in the game, Gary, and so does Chris Tillman back on the mound here for the Orioles as we start this third inning. And he also endured the 1 hour and 18-minute rain delay, the second delay of the night. First a 15-minute rain delay. And here we are in the third as Brock Holt jumps back out of the way of a pitch down and in. Holt has one of 2 Red Sox hits on the night. He singled to right field in the first inning. A.J. Pierzynski, the other hit, is he singled to left in the second inning. In fact, the Red Sox had the bases loaded with 2 outs but could not score. Holt takes a strike over the inside corner. 10-game hitting streak as a result of that base hit in the first inning, and hitting at .429 during the streak. This one fouled off to the left. Now, fans, there are still 99 games left in the Red Sox season. Make sure you know what channel to watch by downloading the 2014 Red Sox season schedule. Visit NESN.com/schedule now.
Once again, Don, they shift with 2 strikes on Holt.
He'll take it up the middle and by the dive of the shortstop J.J. Hardy, who's on the right side of the infield, and Holt with his second hit of the night.
I must admit, it's the first time I've seen that where when you have 2 strikes, they shift more into a pull position. And this time, Holt beats it. He'll go to the right of J.J. Hardy and pick up the base hit. Even if Hardy was in his normal shortstop position, that probably would have been a base hit for Brock Holt. I don't recall ever saying that before.
The lead runner on here for the Red Sox for the second time in 3 innings. And here is Xander Bogaerts. Bogaerts takes it high for ball 1. Xander flied out to the right fielder Nick Markakis in the first inning, 0 for 1. Davis holding on Holt at first. Outfield about straight away. Tillman still 25 years of age. Seems like he's been around a long time. Part of the Eric Bedard deal coming over from the Mariners. Adam Jones, George Sherrill. Exchange for Eric Bedard. They have certainly got more out of that deal than the Mariners ever got from Bedard.
Bedard right now in the starting rotation for the Rays.
2-1 pitch. Popped up left side of the infield. J.J. Hardy making his way in. Puts it away for the first out of the third inning. Tune in to Red Sox Friday Night Fenway presented by Budweiser Friday at 5:30. Be sure to visit the Baseball Tavern before every Red Sox game in June. Fans 21 and over can participate. Budweiser, great times are waiting. Grab some buds. 1 out, 1 on, and Dustin Pedroia coming up. Bounced into a 4-6-3 double play in the first inning. And there for strike 1. For the first, and diving back is Holt.
Mentioned early at the start of this game, nobody this season has tried to steal against Tillman. Only one stolen base against him all of last year.
Pretty unusual because he's a pretty big guy, Jerry. He's 6'5", 210 pounds.
And he doesn't appear to be exceptionally quick to the plate. I don't have a stopwatch with me, but certainly he's a guy that they don't run on. And anybody that gets the ball to the plate under 1-3, they're not going to run on.
In the dirt and nicely picked by Joseph. Of course, he is filling in for Matt Wieters, and they're still trying to figure out if Wieters needs surgery or not. But nice play here by Joseph.
Yeah, there was really nothing you could do there except do what we did, and that's slide as far as he could to his right and try to catch the ball or block it. He catches it.
So no advance at first for Holt, thanks to that good defensive play by Caleb Joseph. 1-2 pitch. And Pedroia to left field, sending Cruz back. He will get there, shy of the track to make the catch, and Holt goes back to the bag at first with now 2 down.
Now that ball hit right in the button by Dustin Pedroia. He got a breaking ball that time and put it on the line out to left field. Kind of a hanging breaking ball that time, about to belt high, but Cruz goes back about 10 feet and is able to make the catch.
So 2 down here in the 3rd inning. David Ortiz with his 2nd bat of the night. He flied out to left field in the 2nd inning. Bats with 2 outs and Brock Holt at first base. Takes ball 1. David Ortiz now 2 for 20 in his career against Chris Tillman. Outside for ball 2, 2-0.
First 2 fastballs to David away from him. Once again, that big shift on the right side. Looks like a changeup.
Ortiz takes the strike. It appeared to be out of the zone, but called a strike.
Yeah, it was the changeup, but it was outside, but called the strike 1. So instead of working on a 3-0 count, David now on a 2-1 count. So they want to stay away with the fastball.
Ortiz had something in his eyes pulling out of the box as that pitch was coming in. It's called a strike, and it's 2-2. It's still battling now.
Yeah, some kind of bug, I think, got in the eye of David Ortiz. I think you can see it fly away.
Now Rick Jamieson, the trainer, out to check on David, as does John Farrell. David says he's all right. Now to take the strike. Count is even at 2-2. Never saw the pitch. He was headed out of town there before that pitch really even got towards the plate.
Yeah, I don't blame him. I wouldn't want to be standing in that batter's box and not being able to see what's coming. Looked like he was headed to the Oriole dugout.
High for ball 3, full count. Third full count for Tillman in this game. Like Napoli waits on deck. Back to the chains again here with a full count. Trying to catch Ortiz off balance. Instead, it's ball 4 down and away. So Holt will go to second. Third walk of the night allowed by Chris Tillman. Well, baseball is back in season, so gather 20 or more of your friends, family, and coworkers for a group outing at Fenway and secure exclusive access to seats. Call 617-226-6835 or visit redsox.com/groups for more information. 2 outs, 2 on, and Mike Napoli coming up. Napoli walked in the second inning, one of 3 walks given up now by Tillman. So far, none have been costly. As Napoli takes strike 1 at the top of the zone.
Not exactly where he wants to change up, but effective on the first pitch.
On a strike to Napoli. Someone's trying to figure out what is a strike and what isn't. Same height. Ryan Gorman behind the plate tonight, calling the balls and strikes, the crew chief of this crew. Too high that time. Lost start for Tillman did not go well. June 5th in Texas. Tossed an inning plus, faced 5 batters in the second inning. Matched his season low and allowed 5 earned runs on 6 hits. He walked 3. Napoli with a big swing and a miss.
Well, he's not afraid to throw that changeup at all since coming back from the rain delay. Another changeup to Napoli. That one stayed inside.
Napoli down the right field line, foul. Napoli who homered on Sunday in his return. 3 for 4 in that game. 0 for 4 here last night. And a walk in his first at bat tonight. A grounder foul. Will do it again. 2-2. Napoli with no rehab games, just coming off the DL and rejoining the Red Sox. Team that no doubt needed his return quickly. Especially for David Ortiz batting behind him in the order. Napoli to right field. In comes Markakis, and that's going to fall for a base hit. Around from second comes Holt. He will score, and the Red Sox take a 1-0 lead. Mike Napoli driving in the Red Sox first run of the night.
You know, Don, we've talked about it all year long. It has been a plan for Napoli all year long. With 2 strikes, he has cut down in the swing. Now, he still has a number of strikeouts, but not as many as he would have if he doesn't do this. He's been able to think about going up the middle to the opposite field with 2 strikes. He's had his share of hits doing that. Stay away from the strikeout, and good things happen.
Well, the Red Sox are 21-8 when scoring first. And they have scored first tonight. First and second, 2 down, a run in. Daniel Nava, the batter. And take ball 1. Nava flied out to right field in the second inning. Ortiz at second, Napoli at first, 2 outs here in the third. One and one.
Well, you're right. What is a strike and what is not a strike out there?
Tough to follow along. Flared foul off to the left, and Nava's down now 1-2. Nava 5 for his last 11. As Pierzynski waits on deck, returning to the Red Sox lineup tonight after David Ross got the start of the first game of the series. Red Sox still without Stephen Drew, a slight oblique issue. And here's return to the Red Sox lineup. 1-2 again, fouled off to the left. Here's Stephen Drew, listed as day-to-day right now. Nava strikes out. The Red Sox get a run and lead it 1-0. We'll get you a new view when we come back. Of us here at the Camden Yards, there is a stairwell that takes you down to where the writers are in the press box here at Camden Yards, and one of the better press box in the league. There's Alex Spear from WEI.com in there, and they've got a fairly large area and very low viewpoint. In fact, it's lower than ours here at Camden Yards, but a look inside the writers press box here at Camden Yards. A little different. It's out of the norm for me, Jerry. Normally you see the booth and the walkway.
Yeah, it is different. That's the first time you've done a press box.
Stepping outside the box.
You really
Into
are.
the press box.
You really are.
Yeah. Lowe will foul this back. Just below us into the press box.
If you'd like to get your video on our broadcast, text 536-536, keyword Jerry, and we'll do our best to get it on. Send it from home, send it from the ballpark, wherever you might be.
There's a bunt bid down the third baseline. Bogarts bare hands and throws in time. Nice play. Xander Bogaerts able to get David Lowe for the first out of the inning.
What I like about that from Bogarts, he did not panic and did not rush. He charged very well. He didn't have. You see how close he's playing because Lowe does bunt a lot, and he just gets himself right under control before picking that baseball up and makes a good, accurate throw to first base. Got an excellent jump. I think Lowe turned around a bit too soon if you're bunting the ball, and that's a very good read by Bogarts down to third base.
So Brandon Workman, despite having a 15-minute rain delay, an hour and 18-minute rain delay, has retired the first 7 batters that he's faced with all that in mind. There's Caleb Joseph. .128 average, no homers, 3 runs batted in for Caleb. And a foul off to the right, out of play. Red Sox baseball on Nesson is brought to you by Buick. See why thousands of people are switching to Buick. Visit your local Buick dealer or go to Buick.com. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
This Oriole ball club's very aggressive. They are 15th in the league in walks. They don't walk very much. 15th in walks, 5th in strikeouts.
Joseph 0 for 3 in the game last night. Lines this, and it's caught at third by Bogaerts. Nice inning defensively for Xander Bogaerts. 2 down.
Yeah, do it, Bogey. First a bunt, a beautiful play and a bunt. Now the quick reactions here on the line drive. The crossover step, the dive, and keeping the ball in the webbing of his glove. I don't know, to me, Don, and this is just, a few games, but it goes back to last year. He just looks more comfortable with me at third base than he does at shortstop.
Quicker reaction down there.
Yep.
You don't need the range that you need at shortstop. I mean, I know that's something that he could probably get better at, but it seemed like it was an area he needed work in.
I think his footwork is better down at third base. I think it just comes natural to him.
Foul down the left field line off the bat of Ryan Flaherty.
I mean, that's not to say there's still a lot of work to be done. But the fact is, it just seems if you put him over there, he just naturally gets things done.
Outside, 1-2. Grounded foul over by the O's dugout. Still 1-2 here to Flaherty. Now Jones will send it back into the seats. Swing and a miss, and Workman picks up his second strikeout. 9 in a row retired by Workman. 1-0 Red Sox. care about your community. Eastern Bank is committed to putting you first. Learn all the ways Eastern Bank puts you first at easternbank.com. Royal Park at Camden Yards, the site of Game 2 of this 3-game series between the Red Sox and the O's. Boston on top 1-0 as A.J. Pierzynski leads it off and takes strike one. Pierzynski with a single to left field in the second inning. One of 4 Red Sox hits on the night. Boston has stranded 5 men on base through the first 3 innings tonight, including bases loaded in the second inning. An RBI single by Mike Napoli, the difference in the game. Here's another hit for A.J. Pierzynski. Well, there's a brand new show coming soon on NESN. NESN Live, presented by Cross Insurance. Your pregame to the pregame show. A fresh new look at New England sports. Monday through Friday, get to know Al Duncan and Sarah Davis in this new interactive show. Stay tuned in June. Now Pierzynski on to begin things here in the 4th inning. 3rd time in 4 innings the Red Sox have had the lead runner on. And it brings up Grady Sizemore. Walked in the second inning.
Don, you and I had one of those moments today. In our pregame show, we always tape a segment called View from the Booth.
Yes.
And the topic today was the shift. And I started to talk. And I just kept talking.
I didn't think it was ever going to end.
No. And it was.
Right center field and a base hit for Sizemore. As Pierzynski takes second base, first 2 have reached on hits. We had talked about it before, and it seemed like you didn't have a lot to say about the shift, and then you started to talk, and boy, did you have a lot to say about the shift. It was endless.
I'm sitting there, and I'm going, okay, the shift. All right, now let's talk about the shift and how it's, changed baseball and how it's done this, and I'm going on. And as I'm going, I'm thinking about more things, and we're against the clock.
Yes, I mean, it was like.
And I heard Jim DeDono tell me, wrap it up, and I had a lot more to say.
You got a lot more to say.
And it just kept coming again. So it's so much we couldn't use it.
Yeah, it's too much. The time was an issue at the time.
Time was a major
issue.
issue.
Stop and then had to go over again to do something else. And then you got all your thoughts together and you were able to get them all in.
Yeah, well, not as much as I would like because I wanted to go more.
Now you have the whole game. This one is fouled off. You'd like to talk about it right now. You have the opportunity.
Well, right now we got a situation here. We got a bunt situation with Herrera up and a couple of men on base with nobody out. And of course, Herrera generally always asks the bunt to try to advance those runners in a scoring position. So,
and if there is anybody excited about a bunt, it is you.
I love bunts. If I couldn't bunt, I wouldn't have been in the big leagues. The idea is to try to go to third base if you can. Pull Machado off the bag. He's already off the bag, charging hard.
And he fouls it off, 0-2.
These are the little things the Red Sox have to get done. They're having trouble scoring runs. They have to execute these type of plays.
3 sacrifice bunts on the year for Herrera. Butterfield trying to get the attention of everybody.
I mean, will they keep the bunt sign on 0-2 or swipe it off?
They swipe it off, and it is flared to left. Cruz on the run's not going to get there. Falls in fair. Throw goes to third. It is late as Pierzynski gets there safely, and the base is loaded with nobody out.
Well, that was a good read and a tough read for Pierzynski going into third base because you couldn't tell really if that ball was going to drop in. Nelson Cruz made it deep like he was going to catch it out there. So Pierzynski's got to play it just about halfway. And then once it does drop in, then he gets to go to third base. There's Pierzynski. This is a very tough call to make. See the little deke he made right there? That helped Pierzynski for another step.
So base is loaded, nobody out. Second time tonight, Red Sox have had him loaded. Rockhold the batter. Takes strike one. It's 2 for 2 already tonight. Single to right in the first inning, single to center in the third. Holt 0 for 5 in his career with the bases loaded. 0 for 2 this season. Swings at the 0-1 and is down 0-2. Xander Bogaerts on deck. Nobody out here in the top half of the 4th inning. Trying to get Holt to chase. He does not. 1-2. Tillman gives up 3 straight hits to Pierzynski, Sizemore, and Herrera. Swing and a miss. Gets that one by Holt. Big strikeout for Tillman. That's the 3rd K for Tillman. 1 down.
He just challenged him too with the fastball. Went right after him with 2 strikes. Tillman's fastball at about 93 that time on the outside part of the plate to Holt.
So bases loaded, 1 down. Xander Bogaerts now with a chance. He has fly to right and popped out to short. Drops in for strike 1. Bogaerts 0 for 4 in his career with the bases loaded. 0 for 3 so far this season in that category. Ball and a strike now to Bogaerts. Break down for Tillman. Now remember, there's a 15-minute rain delay and then an hour and 18-minute rain delay mixed in. Second inning, he ended up getting out of it. Bases loaded. That's who struck out Jonathan Herrera. Red Sox have left 5 men on through the first 3 innings. Now Bogaerts will take a look at ball 2. Bases filled with Red Sox here with 1 out in the 4th inning. Bogaerts on the ground to short, could be 2. Hardy to second for 1, on to first for 2. So the Red Sox had him loaded with nobody out and cannot score. community strong. That's why they've been named the #1 SBA lender in Massachusetts 5 years in a row. Eastern Bank, here you're first. Some frustrating at-bats for the Red Sox again tonight. Now the bases loaded twice in this game, this last inning, with nobody out and could not score. And the Red Sox have left 7 men on base through the first 4 innings. Brandon Workman back on the hill has retired the first 9 Orioles he has faced in the game. Here is Nick Markakis, grounded out in the first inning. And he'll take ball 1 inside.
And that was extremely frustrating last inning because you had the top of the batting order up with the bases loaded and the Red Sox could not score.
Strike over the outside corner. Second time through now for Workman. Has 2 strikeouts on the night. Markakis grounds it softly down the first baseline. Workman's going to pick it up and he'll tag the bag. 1 down here in the 4th inning. Well, tonight's twisted but true fact of the game. Since the start of the 2011 season, the Orioles are 36-27 against Boston. 36 wins against the Red Sox are the most by any AL East club against Boston over that span. Over the 3 previous seasons, 2008 to 2010, the Birds were 17-37 against Boston, and 17 wins were the fewest among American League East clubs. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea is a refreshing hard iced tea. Tastes like real iced tea. Be a little twisted. 1 down here in the 4th inning. Manny Machado lines 1 to center. Sizemore is there, and he makes the catch for the 2nd out. You're right, the Orioles, who are an aggressive team, but very aggressive tonight against Workman.
They really are. I mean, you have to pitch this team like the count is 0-2. You know, that's the way they go about things.
Two down for Adam Jones, who grounded out to first base in the first inning. Outfield deep end straight away as Jones gets himself settled in. Curveball from Workman misses down low for ball 1. Amazingly, first pitch strikes to just 4 of 12 so far for Workman, who has retired the first 11 he has faced. Jones spinning out of the box. Workman taking a little stroll in behind the hill. Outside ball 3, 3-0. Be surprised if Adam Jones had the green light. Takes strike 1. Jones with 10 home runs on the year, homer near last night. There's Chris Davis waiting on deck. Fly ball to shallow right center field. Pedroia out. Nava coming in. It'll be Pedroia. Makes the catch. It ends the inning. Through 4, 1-0 Red Sox. Pop-up facts coming back. We head to the top half of the fifth inning. Pedroia, Ortiz, and Napoli expected. Face Chris Tillman back out there again. 77 pitches deep into his outing. Pedroia 0 for 2 in the game as Dustin takes strike one. He has bounced into a 4-6-3 double play and flied out to left. Red Sox have grounded into 2 double plays in the first 4 innings. And last inning coming with the bases loaded. 1 out. Bogarts bounced into the 6-4-3. So Tillman gave up 5 runs in the first inning of his last outing. Pitching much better tonight into the 5th, even with the rain delays. On the ground is short. J.J. Hardy get it there just in time. Well, it's time now for the AT&T fan photo of the game. Tweet your photo to #NESNFanPhoto for a chance to be shown in our broadcast. Brought to you by AT&T. Tonight's fan photo is from JM Luck 07. It says, "Start 'em young. Love my granddaughter."
She's probably thinking about the shift right there.
Into the shift goes Ortiz, back in by Davis. Tillman a cover, and David doesn't even get in the vicinity of the bag at first. 2 down.
You know, years ago, obviously there was not anywhere near the shifting that goes in. A guy like Ortiz would have been obvious. He would have been a guy that you shifted on. But there are very few in the game that you did that on, and that's what, you know, the new technology in the game has brought. I mean, they're able to, you know, record every single at bat on video. So I mean, when these coaches work harder today than they did in the past because they do so much preparation, you know, checking out these charts and spray charts where guys hit the ball, and that's why you see more shifting going on today, as we see it right now with Napoli. Now that's another one who you'd probably guess years ago would be, you know, a pull guy. But it's made it much more difficult to hit, I think. You know, we used to have a scout that would go out and scout teams before we played them, the series before we played them, and we had a scouting report that was really basically useless. It was not very good. You know, they might hit and run in this situation. You know, this guy, he may go to the opposite field here. There was, you know, they're not anywhere near the information they have today.
But it was based on maybe 3 or 4 games they saw before you faced them.
Exactly.
Mike Napoli with a single earlier in the game, and this guy from Kyle L. A video here from inside the ballpark. Submit yours to text on TV at 536-536. Maybe yours will get shown tonight.
Let's see, there he goes, cutting me off again, talking about the show.
Yeah.
Just throws up a video. I
mean, he's kind of on his own plan.
You know, if you don't want to hear it, just tell me.
I think they've heard enough of you talking about the shift, obviously.
They've heard enough. That's okay. It's all right. That's it.
He doesn't care about the shift. This is up the middle.
Now here's a good example right there.
Second base with the shift on, and Jerry could have explained
it. They know he's trying to go the other way with 2 strikes now.
Well, 1, 2, 3, 5th inning, halfway through this one. It's 1-0 Sox.
No more shift.
Bottom of the 5th inning, and Chris Davis will lead it off here. Davis, Cruz, and Hardy. And here's the shift.
Yeah, there it is. There's a shift.
You want to talk about it?
Well, I would like to say a few more things about it, but there may be a video coming up.
Swing and a miss. Apparently, I've been told from the producer, Jim Dodonna, that there are no more videos. For now, anyway. So you can go ahead and talk about the shift.
Just a few more things about it. You know, managers, there used to be a few managers. Dick Williams was one. Earl Weaver was another guy. They used to keep their own charts. Pitchers used to chart their own games. Or excuse me, a game either before or after they pitched. And that's the information they would use for the next game. And managers on their own would chart where guys are hitting the ball. And they do their very best to try to help you out in that particular way. But now, with the video systems that they have, that all can be done prior to a series. And that's exactly what coaches do now. They work much, much harder at things like that than they did in the past. And so there's, so much more information for them to relate to the players. And we really see it on a daily basis cost guys hits. Like, for example, if I couldn't bunt, they probably would have shifted me, everybody on the left side, because I very seldom pull the ball. But I could bunt, so they would, obviously they couldn't do it because I would bunt to second base and it'd be a base hit. But I mean, my spray chart probably showed everything going the other way.
Davis strikes out. It's the 3rd strikeout for Workman. He's got it going on tonight.
That's a good pitch by Workman, just challenging him with the fastball and throwing it right by Davis. So he's got him with a curveball tonight, and now he's got him with a fastball. And I got a lot more on shifts, but we're just out of time because I'm sure there's going to be a fan photo pop up here soon.
One down.
Well, somebody's view.
We've already done my view, so we're clear on that. I don't think anybody else has a view.
So your view's done.
Yes, the fan photo's done. We've seen a video. I believe we've had pop-ups already, right?
I don't know.
Oh, we haven't done them yet.
Okay.
No, so pop-ups could get in the way.
Okay.
And here comes one right now. So, Jerry, your conversation about shifts is over.
Over.
One down as Nelson Cruz fly to center in the 2nd inning. Workman has retired the first 13 batters in a row. A 15-minute rain delay, an hour and 18-minute rain delay. 2-0 to Cruz. And a swing and a miss.
Cut fastball that time by Workman to get the swing and miss. The rain hasn't bothered him, that's for sure. The 2 layoffs have not bothered Workman at all. Are we supposed to talk through the pop-up facts or just?
I think it's optional.
It's optional.
3-1 is foul tipped at the dish. Full count. If something grabs you, you can talk about it.
Now, I'd rather talk about a pop-up fact than foul balls off the catcher's mask. The Red Sox beat the Orioles 15-4 in Baltimore. Ellis Brooks and Marty Barrett both hit grand slams. Marty Barrett going deep.
Line to left, and this is foul. Solid contact with Cruz out ahead.
Did you learn anything from my shift?
No, I think I knew most of everything you said.
Oh, you did?
Pretty much.
Thanks for telling me.
But I'm here.
Would have saved me.
Well, no. Other people, it wasn't for me. It was for people at home. Might be watching the broadcast tonight.
There's a lot more. I mean, a lot goes into a shift. But
payoff pitch to Cruz. That's going to miss. First base runner of the night for the O's.
That's a strike.
The Liverpool Football Club returns to Fenway Park to face AS Roma on Wednesday, July 23rd. The match will feature 2 of the most prominent clubs in European football. setting the stage for an exciting rematch at Fenway Park. Tickets are on sale now. Go to redsox.com/football at Fenway to get your tickets for this great match today. 1 out, 1 on. J.J. Hardy, the batter. Hardy takes strike 1. Grounded out to the shortstop. Herrera in the second inning. Little pop-up sending Pedroia backpedaling to the outfield grass. He'll make the catch and get 2 out of it, and does. Nicely picked at first base by Napoli. Cruz ended up in no man's land. The double play ends the 5th inning through 5, 1-0 Red Sox.
Either he lost track of the outs and thought there were 2 outs, or he just misread the pop-up, and he was doubled off easy at first base. If he thought there was 2 outs, he'd have kept running. I think he just misread the pop-up.
Nava leads it off and fouls it back for strike 1. His 3rd at bat of the night. He's flying to right and struck out swinging. Chris Tillman back on the mound. 87 pitches deep into his outing. Get you some Sox culture for Nava. Dumb and Dumber, his favorite movie. Cheesecake Factory lights. Hawaiian Islands. Plays guitar. Again, never seen him play the guitar. The guy's taking on the road. Maybe I just haven't noticed.
I don't think he carries one on the road down.
Popped up left side as J.J. Hardy will drift to the outfield grass for the first out of the 6th inning.
I'm going to start traveling a piano.
It's going to be tough to fit that in your room with the mechanical bull.
Yeah, I can fit the bull in. I'll have to get sweets now. You know, get the bull in there and also the piano, taking up piano. So be tough to travel. I don't think. I'm not sure they allow that in the plane.
One down here in the 6th inning for A.J. Pierzynski. This one fouled off to the left out of play. Foxwoods Resort Casino is the official resort casino and proud partner of the Boston Red Sox. Pierzynski has singled to left and singled to center. Run of the game for the Red Sox scored in the 3rd inning. Mike Napoli driving in the run with a base hit to right field that scored Brock Holt. Red Sox have had their chances, straining 7 runners through the first 5 innings. Pierzynski grounds another one foul. On the ground to second base, Ryan Flaherty to first for the out, 2 down. One of the quiet ways the Red Sox Foundation contributes to Boston is by supporting the Dimmick Center, which provides innovative, comprehensive, holistic health to thousands of families. We thank H.B. Hood, who helps make the Dimmick Center beneficiary of the Red Sox Foundation. Two down here in the 6th inning brings up Grady Sizemore. He's been on twice tonight, a walk in the 2nd inning, a single to center in the 4th inning. And they're shifting on Sizemore on the right side.
And we talked in when we were doing the open or the view from the booth, we said sometimes as many as 5 guys in the lineup can get shifted on. Well, we've seen 4 tonight with Holt and Ortiz, Napoli, and Sizemore. There's 4 guys out of the Red Sox lineup that's been shifted on.
First action of the night in the pen. Ryan Webb is up now for the Orioles. There's a strike, 3-1. Dave Wallace, a pitching coach for the O's, former Red Sox pitching coach. Fly ball down the right field line. Flaherty, the second baseman, way out there calling and can't catch it. Off his glove, he'll fire to second base, and in safely is Grady Sizemore. Flaherty took his eye off it. He thought for a second Markakis may get there, and then he goes to try and catch it and tried the basket style over the shoulder and couldn't make the grab.
Yeah, once he looked toward Markakis in the outfield, then he was in big trouble. He calls for it, so Markakis slows up. Then he looks to Markakis, and he drops the baseball.
They charge him with an error.
That's a pretty tough error, and the reason he got it is because he's in the shift and playing so deep back there.
2 down. Sizemore at second. Of the chance here for Herrera with a runner in scoring position. He pops it up. J.J. Hardy, the shortstop, makes the catch. It ends the inning. 5.5 done. It's 1-0 Boston. Baltimore has Brandon Workman about ready to deal with the bottom third of the Orioles order. He retired the first 13 batters of this game before he walked Nelson Cruz, but able to double him off to end the inning. And here's David Lowe, leads it off, pops it up, foul ground. Bogarts, Brzezinski, and neither will have a play. It's on the roof and up into the seats. Double-barreled action for the Red Sox. Andrew Miller and Burke Badenhop up in the Boston pen. And as Workman walking counterclockwise around the mound. David Lowe grounded out to third base in the third inning. He'll drop in there for strike two. 189 average so far for Lowe, but he's been hot lately. An 0-2 curveball, and it's in there for strike three. Fourth strikeout for Workman.
I'm sorry, now Workman has a very, very good curveball, and it's really still developing for him. But we've seen him the last couple of springs, and to me, that's one of his best pitches right there. I think in the game today, there's not a lot of real great curveballs, a lot of sliders, a lot of cut fastballs, but the curveball is pretty rare in the game of baseball.
One down here in the sixth inning. Caleb Joseph fouls it off to the left, out of play.
And as rare as they are, you have two guys. I'll go ahead and do the promo, Don.
Hey, Duncan fans, want to enter for a chance to win tickets to the coolest events of the summer? Go to wickedddcoolperks.com to learn more. It's Wicked DD Cool Perks. If you'd like to learn more, you must be a Massachusetts or New Hampshire resident, 18 years or older, ends August the 31st. Go ahead, Jerry.
Now, I was going to say, as rare as the curveball is in today's game, you got two of them tonight in the ball game. Tillman also with a very good curveball. So you got Workman and Tillman in the same game.
On two strikes here to Caleb Joseph. Tillman looking on 100 pitches even in his outing. And a liner caught it short by Herrera, two down. Pitching line for Brandon Workman, brought to you by Ace Ticket. 5 2/3, not giving up a hit, no runs, a walk, and 4 Ks. 62 pitches deep, and he's got double-barreled action behind him in the pen. This is line to center field and a base hit off the bat of Brian Flaherty, first of the night for the Orioles.
And as we were talking about the curveball, he gets the base hit on the curveball. First pitch curveball from Workman, kind of hangs it out over the plate, and Flaherty jumps all over it. We mentioned an aggressive team, and even on a breaking ball on a first pitch, he takes it into center field for the base hit.
Down, Flaherty at first base. First hit of the night for the Orioles, and the second base runner they've had on the evening. Nick Markakis 0 for 2. He's grounded out to third, grounded out to first base. And a grounder down the first baseline. It'll be a fair ball, and the out will end the inning. So Napoli picked it before it got into foul ground. They leave Flaherty on. Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com.
Now that Domino Sugar sign, that's been there for years and years and years on the inner harbor down here in Baltimore.
I can see it from my hotel room window.
Yep.
For fact.
Yep.
Now we head on to the 7th inning. 1-0 Red Sox have the lead. And hitting Baltimore 7-1. This call to the bullpen brought to you by your local New England Ford dealers. Those going to the pen after 6 innings from Chris Tillman. Ryan Webb is first in. His 28th appearance of the year. 2-1 with a 2.70 earned run average. 23 strikeouts to 6 walks, and opponents hitting at .224 against Webb. So Tillman did a pretty nice job tonight, considering the rain delays and everything else, and especially the outing he was just coming off of in Texas.
Yeah, both guys, both pitchers tonight under adverse conditions doing very, very nice work.
Tillman gives up a total of 7 hits and 1 run. There's a grounder down the first base line, picked by Davis for the first out of the inning as Brock Holt is retired. If you're a Red Sox fan, you'll surely want to follow NESN on Instagram. Our photographers and on-air talent offer another unique way to see all the happenings behind the scenes of your favorite teams. Follow NESN on Instagram now and let all things Red Sox, Bruins, and NESN come to you.
You know, I didn't realize, Don, the hotel that we stay in, you can also see in the windows of that hotel, which is not a good thing.
There is a big office building
right across
the way, and they can see whatever it is you are wearing or not wearing in your case.
Now, I always thought those windows were tinted.
I know.
But when I was coming back from dinner the other night, they are not tinted.
No.
And I did not know that with that office building across the street.
Really get to know the Rem Dog. Xander Bogaerts with a swing and a miss. I can see you going back after dinner, you know, relaxing.
And I love to keep it open, you know, the windows open. It's beautiful.
Wide open.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah. On the ground at deep third base. Long throw coming up from Machado, and he'll get it there. Wow, that was impressive. 2 down.
Yeah, what an arm on Machado right there. That's about as far as you can go. He has to go right to the line to make the play, and then just really lets one fly across the diamond to first base. Such a gifted player. That ball was rising when it got to Chris Davis at first base.
2 down here in the 7th inning. Dustin Pedroia, the batter, 0 for 3. And strike 1. Lunging goes Pedroia, down 0-2. Ryan Webb first out of the pen tonight for the Orioles into this game. Last 25 games, he has got himself a 1.48 earned run average since April the 7th. There's a pop up, sending Chris Davis back and into foul ground. Makes the catch. It ends the inning. A 1-2-3, top of the 7th. It's 1-0 Red Sox. Price of just $9.99. Available exclusively at WB Mason during June only. The official labeling partner of the Boston Red Sox. That's on to the bottom of the 7th inning, and Manny Machado made a nice defensive play last inning. Going to lead it off here for the O's. Machado has fly to center, line to center. Will be followed by Adam Jones and Chris Davis here in the 7th inning. In the air, shallow left. Herrera darting back. Holt coming in, but Herrera calls him off and makes the catch. Tonight's league leaders are brought to you by the new Captain Morgan White Rum. AL team high batting average is in the Tigers, leading in that category, 271. The O's tied with the Rangers, 267 as a team. And the Blue Jays and Indians. And how about the Indians? Terry Francona has got things going here now in Cleveland. They're just 2 games back of the Tigers to start the day. Won 3 straight and certainly did well against the Red Sox in Cleveland. Playing some good baseball. And Lonnie Chisenhall, first baseman, had 3 home runs last night and drove in 9 runs.
How about that night, huh?
Unbelievable.
Something.
Adam Jones 0 for 2. He's grounded out to first, popped out to second base. A chop one to third base. Bogarts had to go up and get it. Now he comes down and throws him out. Nice play by Bogarts. 2 down.
Yep, even going back, he was able to plant his leg to make that throw to first base and make a good, strong, accurate throw. Back he goes, but he's able to plant that the back leg to make that accurate throw to first base. Nice play by Bogarts.
Here comes John Farrell with 2 outs in the inning. Chris Davis coming up, a guy that Workman has struck out twice in this game already.
Once on a curveball, once on a fastball.
And he's going to make the change. Kind of explain to him why, I guess, there in the beginning, and then Workman leaves. What a job tonight by Brandon Workman through the rain delays and through it all. He gives up 1 hit through 6 2/3. That selection of Green Mountain Coffee Cake Cup Packs will keep you running and guarantees to satisfy any fan base. Order by 11:30 a.m. and get free same-day delivery. By WB Mason. shootout here in the 7th inning as Brandon Workman, that was terrific tonight. 6 2/3, just the one hit. Comes in the 6th inning. Gives up no runs, and here is Andrew Miller into his 30th game of the year. 2-4, the 2.81 earned run average. 40 strikeouts and 9 walks, and opponents hitting at 208 against Miller. Comes in to face Chris Davis and gets strike one over. He was striking out twice tonight against Brandon Workman, 2 of the 4 Ks that Workman had in the game. Shift on here for Chris Davis.
And not as deep as Pedroia in the outfield as he normally would be. The left-hander against left-hander.
Swing and a miss. 1-2. 0 for 7 with 6 strikeouts as Davis against Miller. And a swing and a miss. His dominance against Davis continues through 7. 1-0 Boston. Workman terrific tonight. 6 2/3, 1 hit, no runs. Brock Holt with the offense for the Red Sox, 2 for 4, and Mike Napoli driving in the only run of the game for Boston with his single back in the 3rd inning. Chris Tillman on the hook as he left after 6 pretty good innings. He gave up 7 hits and the 1 run. Ryan Flaherty 1 for 2 with a single in this game. The only hit the Orioles have. Red Sox out hitting the O's 7-1 as David Ortiz leads it off here in the 8th. Ryan Mattis is now in the game as he deals with strike 1 to David Ortiz. So for Mattis' 29th appearance, 2-2 with a 4.09 earned run average. 14 strikeouts, 10 walks, and opponents hitting at 264 against him. Takes over for Ryan Webb, who had a 1-2-3 7th inning. Ortiz trying to bunt his way on, fouls it off. Send it down to Gary.
A little bit of run support would be nice here, guys. David Ortiz searching for his 15th home run. That would certainly do the trick. Just a couple nights ago, hit his 19th home run at Comerica Park, which is now most all-time for an opposing player there. And Coincidentally enough, he has 19 homers all-time here at Camden Yards, third all-time behind Johnny Damon and Alex Rodriguez, who has 31.
He fouls this one off at the plate and is down 1-2. Pretty hitter-friendly ballpark here at Camden Yards. Ortiz strikes out, first out of the 8th.
The breaking ball for Mattis to pick up the strikeout against Ortiz. Hard slider down and away.
Minka Insurance, great service, great coverage, and a great price for auto, home, or life insurance. Ortiz now just 1 for 21 against Brian Mattis. As he strikes out for the first out of the 8th. Here is Mike Napoli. On the ground, deep third. It's a fair ball. Another long throw from Machado. Not a problem. It's a good leaning play by Davis to keep the foot on the bag, but got a cannon for an arm. 2 down.
It really does, and that one almost pulled Davis off the first base bag, but he had enough time to go back and get the bag. There's Machado very deep at third base in foul territory. The strong throw, and it never really did pull him off the bag.
A pinch hitter here for Daniel Nava as Johnny Gomes going to pinch hit. Nava tonight had been 0 for 3. Gomes steps in, hitting at .234, 5 homers and 24 runs batted in. Gomes 1 for 3 with a home run in his career against Brian Mattis. And he takes strike 1. Shifting on Gomes. Blowing away and ball and a strike now to Gomes. Pens are busy, both pens. Darren O'Day up in the bullpen now for the Orioles. Bouncing in, 2-1. Josh Stinson, just called up yesterday, joins Darren O'Day in the pen. And it's Tazawa in the Red Sox pen. 2 outs here in the top half of the 8th inning. Pinch hitter is Johnny Gomes. And Gomes with a swing and a miss. 2-2.
Looks like Johnny might have chased a pitch that was not a strike up and out of the strike zone, but that swing and miss runs the count to 2-2.
Gomes stays alive, protects the plate, fouls off a 93-mile-an-hour fastball. Six in a row retired by Orioles pitching. 13 of the last 14 batters. Gomes to right field. Markakis is not going to get there. It's in for a base hit. Pinch hit single here for Gomes with 2 outs in the 8th inning.
Now Gomes just fought that ball off. It was a fastball up and in on him, and he just fights it off to the opposite field to get that 2-out base hit. It's not a bad pitch at all by Mattis. A little bit up in the zone, and Gomes just muscles the ball out to right field. Two down, Gomes at first, and A.J. Pierzynski the batter.
Singled in the second, singled in the fourth, grounded out in the sixth inning. Down and in as A.J. dancing out of the way. Thought about it. Did he go? No, he did not, says Will Little, third base umpire. Lead on that cut, and it's 2-1. Up to the fastball, and it's 2-1.
Well, you know you're going to get challenged with a fastball, lefty against lefty on that 2-0 count, and Brzezinski still not able to make contact.
In the dirt, gathered by Caleb Joseph. Advance at first base for Johnny Gomes. Eddie Sizemore waiting on deck. 2 outs here in the 8th inning. Brzezinski drives one to deep right field. Back goes Markakis at the wall, and he will make the catch and bang up against the wall. A.J. Brzezinski gives it a ride to deep right, but Markakis is back there to rob him. 1-0 Boston as we head to the bottom of the 8th. Bottom of the 8th, and Markakis just robbed A.J. Brzezinski of a home run.
Well, that was absolutely perfect, too. He checked twice to see how much room he had. He had a gauge up with the leap and takes the home run away from Brzezinski. When that ball left the bat, I thought, sure, A.J. had himself a home run. Very nice play. Great play by Markakis.
Gomes staying in the game after his pinch hit single. Takes over in right field for Nava. We pinch hit 4. Good pitcher for the Red Sox. Junichi Tozawa into the game. Takes over Andrew Miller. Faced one batter. Tozawa coming into his 30th game of the year. 1-0 with a 2.36 earned run average. 24 strikeouts to 6 walks, and opponents hitting at .248 against Tazawa. So Miller facing one batter and striking him out, Chris Davis, to end the 7th inning. Now it is on to the 8th, and Nelson Cruz, the batter. Fly to center and walked. And strike one. On the ground, foul. Late swing has Cruz down 0-2. Lee's Ticket, the official Red Sox ticket partner, has the best seats at the lowest prices to all the games at Fenway. All the 200% guarantee. Right now, his ticket has special savings on all Red Sox games. Treat yourself or someone special. Visit Ace Ticket or call 1-800-MY-SEATS. Zawa last working in Detroit against the Tigers on Saturday night. 0-2 is in the air to right field. Johnny Gomes just into the game. Makes the catch in right for the first out of the 8th. Bring up J.J. Hardy. Zawa had his 8 1/3 inning scoreless streak snapped on Saturday night. Allowed a run on 2 hits in 2/3 of an inning at Detroit. Also allowed one inherited runner to score. Charged to Craig Breslow. That had been his first run allowed since May the 18th. Tied with Miller for the most appearances on the season out of the Red Sox pen. Hardy takes strike one. It's grounded to short and popped into a double play. Swing and a miss, trying to chase that 95-mile-an-hour fastball, running away.
I remember, Don, about say 3-4 weeks ago, Tazawa's fastball had kind of dropped a little bit to about 91 miles an hour, but last 2 of them back up to 95. Not that it's, you know, the end all, obviously, velocity, but it certainly helps.
Swing and a miss, and Hardy's down by way of the K. 2 down in the 8th.
Yeah, just challenging him that time with 3 straight fastballs and keeping the ball away from J.J. Hardy.
Two down for David Lowe, who was grounded out to third base and struck out looking. And a swing and a miss for strike one.
Starts off with a split-fingered fastball to Lowe. Remember, Lowe tried the bunt early in the game down to Bogarts at third base, and Bogarts made a very nice play on him.
Bogarts ready for it this time as he stands in on the grass. Down there at third base, a stride or two.
Looks like they're going to try another splitter.
Lowe not chasing. Swing and a miss. Had him full there. 1-2.
Split finger fastball again from Tazawa. 3 in a row to David Lowe. Let's make it 4 in a row.
That'll work. Strikes him out with it. Back-to-back Ks for Tazawa. We're on to the 9th. It's 1-0 Boston. Head to the 9th inning, and Grady Sizemore to lead it off. Sizemore has been on base 3 times, a walk, a single, and a 2-base error. Sizemore, Herrera, and Holt scheduled to face Brian Mattis. Deals with the breaking ball for strike 1. Mattis came in the 8th inning. Gave up a 2-out base hit to Johnny Gomes, but then got Brzezinski to fly out to right. Sizemore on the ground, foul outside of first base. Well, don't miss Red Sox Game Day Live presented by DCU, Digital Federal Credit Union, tomorrow at 6:30. TC and Steve Lyons preview Ruby De La Rosa's 3rd start. Peter Abraham will have the latest from the Red Sox clubhouse. DCU, Digital Federal Credit Union. What can DCU save you? 0-2 pitch to Sizemore. A foul tip in and out of the glove of Caleb Joseph. Ground foul again. Jonathan Herrera waiting on deck. Red Sox batting here in the 9th inning. Popped up, foul ground. That'll get back and out of play. Stay tuned tonight following WB Mason's X Innings Live for Red Sox Final presented by Assurance. Send your questions to TC at #SoxFinal. Maybe yours will be answered on Red Sox Final presented by Assurance. This has thrown 22 pitches since coming into the game. Sizemore straightens this out to center field, but David Lowe's got lots of room out there. It's 4-10 to left center, 1 down. Boston Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you in part by the new Scion TC, Stowe, Vermont, the GMC Verano, your New England Ford dealers, and by Southwest Airlines. 1 down in the 9th inning. Jonathan Herrera, the batter, from his number 9 spot. He will take a pitch outside for ball 1. He singled in the 4th inning, a 1-for-3 night. High fly ball to deep left field for Herrera, sends Nelson Cruz back onto the track in front of the wall. Makes the catch for the 2nd out of the 9th. Herrera with a drive. He does not have a home run this year, but made a bid there. 2 down.
Well, that's the kind of long fly ball after the game. When you get in the clubhouse, if you win the game, you walk up to Herrera and say, warning track power. Hit that ball very well, but to the warning track. And right there is Cruz to get it. He may be getting some of that right now.
Now Brock Holt, who has 2 hits tonight, 2 for 4. Singled to right in the 1st, singled to center in the 3rd, and scored the game's only run. Driven in by Mike Napoli's RBI single back in the 3rd inning. May have gone around the check. No, says Will Little. Fortunate still be there.
Yeah, I think he did go around on that one.
2-1 in the air to left field as Cruz will have room and time backpedaling. And puts it away. It's a 1-2-3-9 to the end of the bottom of the 9th inning. 1-0 Red Sox. Two starts with a 1-1 record, a 2.84 earned run average. Wei-Yin Chen in 12 starts, 6-2 with a 4.13. This closer look is brought to you by FW Web. For an even closer look, visit FWWeb.com. On to the bottom of the ninth inning, and it's Koji time as the Red Sox have a 1-0 advantage at the bottom of the ninth. As Uehara becomes the 4th Red Sox pitcher of the night. His 27th appearance, 1-1, a nifty 0.68 earned run average. 12 for 12 in save opportunities. 36 strikeouts to only 4 walks, and opponents hitting at 176 against Uehara. Steve Pearce is going to pinch hit here for Caleb Joseph. He is a 306 hitter, 4 homers and 12 runs batted in. And the first time that he will face Koji Uehara in his career. The Orioles have been held to 1 hit in this game, out hit by the Red Sox 8-1 as they come to bat in the bottom of the ninth. There's a liner to left. Holt was very deep, and he will back off this and let it fall for a hit. Red Sox playing no doubles defense in the outfield, and that one gets in for a hit. Pinch hit for Pearce.
Exactly right, Don. Everybody deep in the outfield trying to prevent 2 bases, and Holt could not come close to this. Look how deep he is out there in left field. And that ball hit pretty well, but he has to go to the side to play it on 1 hop. So let's see if they have Flaherty bunting here. They're trying to get a man in a scoring position.
With the top of the order coming up after Flaherty, as Bogart's in on the grass at third base. He is squaring and he gets it down. Uehara will go to second base, and the force out there in time.
Nice play. Nice play by Koji. Excellent anticipation, knowing that the bunt was bunted hard and back to him. He takes a peek at second. He knows he can always go to first to get the out. But when he looked towards second base, he realized he had the time to make the throw there. Oh, that's big.
One down. Flaherty at first base. Nick Markakis coming up. 0 for 3 in the game tonight. He's grounded out 3 times. Once to third and twice to first. In there for a strike to Markakis.
Outfield plus still playing very deep for the Red Sox, trying to prevent that 2-base hit that might score that man from first base.
Markakis 1 for 5 in his career against Uehara. On the outside corner, according to home plate umpire Ryan Gorman, 0-2.
Now that was a gift, and take advantage of it.
This one fouled back. Hangs at 0-2. One out in the ninth inning. Ryan Flaherty at first base. Nick Markakis at the plate. Uehara getting his 12th save of the year on Sunday night at Detroit in the 1-2-3 ninth inning. Bouncing in, and Brzezinski able to block it with his chest.
Another nice job there by Brzezinski. That the splitter going right directly down in the dirt, and Brzezinski not even trying to catch that ball, just block it somehow. And fortunately, it pops out in front of him.
One ball, 2 strikes to Nick Markakis. 1 out in the ninth. Bouncing in again. Not close, and it's 2-2.
Well, that's 2 very nice plays by Brzezinski. keeping that potential tying run from second base. Koji with a little problem with the splitter on a couple occasions, throwing it directly down in the dirt.
Uehara, the former Oriole. Flaherty at first base, 1 out in the 9th. Markakis pops it up, foul ground. Krasinski coming back towards the screen, and he can't make the catch. Right up against it, and AJ could not make the grab.
I don't believe it hit the screen on the way down. Looks like he reaches out, and the ball just taps right off the webbing of the glove. So that's a break for the Orioles.
He had more room than he realized.
Yeah, he did. He had about 2 more feet to go.
They charge him with the error. Well, that splitter again, but first to throw to first. Markakis with a swing and a miss, strikes out, big out. Second out of the 9th inning. First K for Koji.
Yeah, he did not throw that one down in the dirt. Perfect split-fingered fastball that time from Uehara. Inside, and Markakis, no chance.
2 down in the 9th, and Manny Machado 0 for 3 in the game. He's fly to center, line to center, and fly to left. Go for ball 1. No success for Machado against Uehara so far. Line foul right ahead of that.
That's a good thing, too, because that was a splitter that really stayed up in the zone. Dangerous place for that. The only good thing, it was so far inside that all Machado could do was pull it foul.
Machado fooled on that, and it's 1-2. The backswing there of Machado got Krasinski. Knocking the mask almost off. And it happened twice over the weekend against Oakland. Ball and 2 strikes to Machado. Popped up, foul ground. Bogarts and Krasinski, and neither will have a play. Another chance for Manny Machado. One run in this game. It came in the 3rd inning. An RBI single by Mike Napoli that scored Brock Holt. Red Sox trying to make it stand up with 2 outs in the 9th inning.
Another splitter.
Hey, struck him out and the Red Sox win. Koji able to K the last 2 that he faces in the 9th, and the Red Sox hold on to win it 1-0. Well, last night the Red Sox could not score. Tonight they put together 1 run and get great pitching, and it holds up in the game. Brandon Workman gets the victory tonight for Boston, and the save, the 13th of the year for Koji Uehara, as the Red Sox are able to win it. 2 rain delays in this game tonight, but it's all good as the Red Sox get the victory. We'll send it now to Tom Caron.